Alright, Gedunts. This is going to be very, very interesting. I have a lot to learn about C++ and Jolt and game design and systems and stuff like that. Yep. Alright. Gotta figure out what the hell we're doing. Because I have zero clue what we're doing. Like, the best I have right now is just this simple thing here. Just has a window, it has some text in it, uses Raylib, but it doesn't have Jolt. So that's the first thing we need to do. I'm assuming I don't know what to install or where to install it for Jolt. I think I just need to reference this stuff. But that has a CMake in it, so do I need to make that and then use it? But there's no instructions around compiling it? I don't know. What up, Wixia? How you doing? I'm not using Visual Code. Let's see. For build instructions, go to the build section. Okay, here we go. The Jolt headers don't include Jolt H. Always include Jolt H before including any other Jolt header. Okay, yep. Each platform supports multiple build targets. Orchrus, how we doing? Debug version of the library turns on a cert. Release version. Okay. Install Clang. Install C. I mean, do I have CMake? I do have CMake. Alright. Jersey, how we doing? It's package manager. It's nothing I know of. Like, what is VC package? Yeah, no. Yeah, it's a Microsoft package manager. I'm not using that for Linux. I'm keeping everything Microsoft off of my system. Because the next thing you'll know, I'll have like 43 different Cortanas or Copilots installed, all trying to tell me what to do. G'day, Jersey. How you doing? So we run CMake, Linux, Clang GCCSH. Where does that exist? These tools, like this isn't... To implement your custom memory allocator, override allocate, free, reallocate, aligned allocate, and aligned free memory.h. Do I need to do that? Oh, I have to go into build. Okay. Okay, so we got CMake, Linux, Clang, GCC. Okay. Okay. There's also this install Vulkan. So do I want that? If you want to build samples, Jolt Viewer, or use the compute system, install the Vulkan SDK. Documentation not available for Linux versions. Yay. What's going on, Oki? So I'm assuming I only need to install this if I'm making something that's using Vulkan. But if I'm using Raylib, Raylib doesn't have Vulkan support yet. So there's no need for me to do that, I assume. You can use the system package manager to install Vulkan SDK if you'll need it. No, because then I'd have to do a bunch of stuff to do with Okay, so this created everything. Okay. Run, make, and unit tests. Okie dokie. Okie dokie indeed. I do like my GPU. My GPU is very good. It's very powerful. Yeah. I know, I was just listing it out because I need to decide first, do I want to install it into... Because here's the thing, like, I don't know if I want to install it into my, because I've got Raylib installed in here, and I've got the Raylib includes in here. And I tried to get my test Raylib project set up with the libraylib.a file inside the project library, as well as the Raylib header file inside the include of the project. But for some reason, it doesn't work. So I'll show you what I mean. Make directory, include lib, go up, go into Raylib, make clean. There we go. This here. Actually, no, not shared. Not shared. I don't want shared. I might have been missing something, actually. So if we do that, oh, that's the issue I had, actually. Actually, I did have, I did get it working, but the issue after that was something. I'll show you where I got up to. Into RL test lib, and then copy those. We go into RL test and we go make clean. Then we go into here. So we have that pointing to the include and that pointing to the lib, and we have these here. And that allows us to successfully make it and build and run it. So that's using the ones locally. But if I go back into here, we go uninstall. Yes. So this is the part that I don't know. How do I get NeoVim's debugger? How do I get NeoVim's debugger to know where the Raylib header files are? Yeah. Because this way I can use one version of Raylib for one project, and if I want to use a new version of Raylib for another project, I can do that. Yeah. So you need Quang D file in project directory. All I did was run the make in here. That's all I did. So I don't know if they have a Clang. I don't think they do. But at the same time, it's like, do I not worry about that, and do I just have Jolt Physics and Raylib installed inside here? Do I just have them installed in there with the headers in the include and just go from there? Yeah. And just go, if I update it, I update it, and everything that's using it updates. What up, Gamer and Loot? Thanks for contributing. If GPU specs say recommended PSU 550 watt, does that mean I should also factor in the other wattage for the AIO and such? I generally go with like an 850 watt PSU. But a 550 watt is like that's like the bare minimum, because the AMD GPU is going to take up like 270 watts or 290 watts of that. And then you got to factor in the CPU, which will probably take up like another 100 watts or 90 watts or whatever. And then you got to factor in all of the other things that are connected to it. Yeah, so I generally sit for an 850 because you know you're not going to have any issues with an 850. The hell? So we do that. We go in here. Now I can get rid of this. And I think I can also get rid of that now too. Yeah. Cool. So if I do that with Jolt, now what's nproc? That's the question, Orcus. What's nproc? Number of process units available, which can be used with CMake to optimize builds. So I don't want... When it says number of processing units available, does that mean not currently in use? Or does it just mean in total? Because I don't want it to use all. Yeah, it's just total. See, make makes me sad. Yeah, you're not the only one. I much prefer to just use make. Yeah. It limits the number of CPUs it can use. But if I specify nproc, it's just going to tell it all of them. So if instead of doing that, I go like make $12, so I give it half of them. Because you got to remember, my stream is CPU encoded. It's software encoded. So if I have this use all of my CPU, the stream's gonna start like jolting and buffering and shit. Yes. Yes. Primarily because like I can't find anywhere to just get it. Actually, let's see. Arch Linux Jolt. TUI based battery in an energy monitor. Yeah, no. Yeah, I'm going to have to compile it. Yeah, take RAM consideration. I mean, RAM I'm not too concerned about. Like, 12 gig out of 64 gig used. I'm not really worried about that. I'll drop it down to 8. Dex, how are we? You're late. Mike, you are second. Who was third? If Mike was second, who was third? You were third? Okay, so for me, it says that you were late. Twitch is telling me that you redeemed late. I think it's just a Twitch thing. Twitch is just having an issue is all. So if we do that... Let's see what happens. Yeah, that's easy. This will be fine. Success. Jesus Christ. 458,955 assertions. That's a lot. Also keep eye on temps. Oh yeah, no, like whenever like shaders are compiling for a game, my temps hit like 90 degrees. My CPU's like, I'm gonna get through all these shaders as fast as I can so that you can play your game. Like, watch how fast I can go. Linux trade-off. Most install for Linux things are for just deb or RPM. Correct. So now that we've got that done, what can I do? Do I need to take the libjolt A and move that into the lib? But if so, I'm back at square one where NeoVim is not going to know what to tell Clang. You've not enabled into procedural optimizations, wing time optimizations for an application. Let's have a look. NeoVim, C++. Local header files. Actually, local include. Even Clang needs to know how to find the include directories. You just need the compile commits JSON file in the Ruby project. So that's got nothing to do with NeoVim, I would imagine. What up, Rohan? How you doing? Yep, Raylib. We are learning. So if you know something about it, shout it out, because chances are I got no freaking idea. Good luck with compile flags. They confused me the most. I've got the compiling of Raylib done. Like Raylib I've got compiled. I've dealt with Raylib a couple times before, but never as like a local statically linked project. Quang cannot find this header. Quang D specifically needs to files to find where your header file is. So what if I'm not using Clang? I think I'm just using... What is C++ Clang? No, it's just GCC. Yeah. Quang D is LSP. Ah, yeah, of course. Quang's LSP. Yep. Going to Quang documentation, you can either generate that file for project. I wonder, project setup, to understand your source code, Quang needs to know your build flags. Just a fact of life in C++, source files are not self-contained. True. By default, Quang D will assume your code is built as blah blah, and you'll probably get spurious errors about missing include files. There are a couple ways to fix this. This file provides compile commands for every source file in a project. It is usually generated by tools. Quang D will look in the parent directories of the files you edit, looking for it. Also in subdirectories named build. For example, if editing that, we search in that, and that. Okay. Interesting. Afraid of C++? Me too. My build command was just a bat file with GCC main in the library -l dot -l Raylib -l OpenGL32. Yeah, so that tells me that -l dot tells me that it was using a static build of Raylib for the lib Raylib A file. Let's have a look, see. If I go... this. Go away. Fuck off. I think static link is fast because LLVM can optimize it with your own code. Yes. And that's kind of what I want to go with. But because it's the LSP that I have an issue with. So is there no way for me to just tell Clang if I go... So if I put an include and a... Well, I suppose what I could do is move the statically linked file. No, because then I need the header files in here as well, just in case we... Interesting. Interesting. Just the C out made me confused. Ah. Cannot find local include headers. I know, Loot. I know, but I'm not going to say Clang++ every time, okay? I'm just gonna say Clang because in the context of what we're talking about, it's C++. And honestly, everything we find in here is going to support the same stuff. Anything we search for Clang will support. It'll have both. You know what I mean. So if I create a Clang D, it's got compile flags and it's got the compilation database. Unused include strict, missing include strict. But how do I... So this here, this compilation database. That's not gonna be it. Because I need to tell it where third-party header files are. What up, Max? We do have a body. How are you? We're fantastic, Max. You doing okay? Good to hear. Good to hear. Specify the Clang D. Specify Clang D, the absolute path of that. LSP info. If you have AI, you know every way to break a system. Let's tell you about the weakest of those systems in the internet and his gate. What would you do? Of course, he's upgrading himself every few seconds if I said if. What? Of course, I'm joking with you. I'm glad, because I didn't understand any of that. So how do I tell Clang? So if I have that, I go like that. How do I tell Clang that they are there? First, need to install libraries correctly, not by using copy, but using make install. Second, you should set up CMake project and build with CMake defined. That's the easiest way to set up. So I know that's the easiest way, Orchrus. So it works when I have Raylib installed as a shared library. Okay? But I don't want to use it as a shared library. I want to use it as a static library using the lib raylib.a. And of course, doing that means it's not going to be installed inside the user local include and the user local lib. Yeah. So currently I have it in here and I have it in here. So LSP works right now. Okay? That's not what I want to do. I want to have it local to my project so that if I want to use a different version of Raylib for a different project, I don't have to worry about header files and stuff like that being different. I just want it to be local to the project. So how do we do that? Put this project as a sub-project of your project. So you're saying copy all of the Raylib source code. So even if I go into here and I go make clean, and we get rid of this, okay, then you won't have issues with linking, finding includes, etc. I know that. I want to know how I can set it up this way, the way that I want to. I don't want a solution that's, I don't want a different solution. You know, I don't want to set it up some other way. So if I copy Raylib source, lib Raylib A, into here. All right. So we now have that and that. How do I use those for my project? That's what I want to know. So I know it's possible, because if it wasn't, there'd be no point in that existing. I'm just going to use make. I'm just going to use make. I'm not going to worry about Ninja or CMake or fucking scones or whatever. Just keeping it simple. So if I go into here, I can then also specify -I include -L-lib. Then we also need to specify -L x11. I think also it needs to be -L-GL. Alright. So I know that builds it, Orchrus. So that's not what I'm trying to solve. What I'm trying to solve is the LSP side of things. The LSP isn't working. And so I need to tell the LSP this is where the header files are. Like use this path in the lookup for header files. Let me just quickly do make uninstall. Let's quickly do this. Alright. Add a .clang D with the same compile flags. So we're just going -I include -L lib. And then saving that as that. Is that literally all I'm doing? Okay, it's a JSON file. So what I'm just gonna, where's the Clang D documentation? I think it'll be easier if I just look at the documentation. Yeah, there it is. Well, that's not a JSON. That's not a JSON. Includes list of regexes. That doesn't look like JSON to me. I mean, do you think there's a small mistake in the program? Because that's why he's refusing it. What? You know, use CMake and Ninja and GNU Make and Messen and Bazel and Gradle and Fast Build. Correct. It's YAML. Okay. That makes more sense, because I was looking at it and I was like, that... Hang on. So if we go... Compile flags. We go add... Go compiler. Let's do that. All right. Comma separated. Yep. They are comma separated. My bad. There we go. Oop. All right. So, nvim main. And just to confirm, excellent. And now I'm going to restart the session just to make sure the session's not hanging on to anything. Nvim main. Excellent. Excellent. Thank you very much, Orcrus. Much appreciated. I had no idea that this .clang thing existed. I thought there was something that I had to like add to a system path or to like to my bash profile, saying, you know, this is whenever like this environment variable is where C++ looks up. Let's use that. What up, Parker? How you doing? I'm gonna just get rid of that comment because that has terminology in it that we don't like. And well, specifically YouTube doesn't like. I can never just look at the documentation, goes right over my head. I'm good, how are you? I'm doing good, Parker. I'm doing good, thank you very much. We're tinkering with C++ and some other bits and pieces. Jolt physics as well. Okay, so now that we've got that, and we've got Jolt, we've got this, we have this libjolt A. Now obviously we need more than that. So I think, what? Do we just copy over Jolt H? Or do we need to copy over all of that? Like array, core, memory. Because this thing doesn't say anything. This documentation doesn't say anything. What header files? I feel like all of the header files need to be moved over. Maybe I have, like, maybe it's just easier if I... Maybe it's just easier if I copy over the Jolt. Like, maybe it's just easier if I copy this over. And I put that inside my header. Also inside my include. And then when I need to use Jolt, I just include the Jolt. Like, it should be able to find it that way. And now I don't need to worry about compiling Jolt. What do you think, Orcrus? Does that sound correct? But if you have a look at Hello World, that's all of this. Copying doesn't sound correct. I mean, we've compiled it, and we've got the Jolt A. But obviously, if we want to use that and still have the header files available to us, the same way that we've got for Raylib, we'd have to move them over, wouldn't we? So like if I copy lib jolt into Raylib, correct ways by installing package to destination path using make install, blah, 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 blah. But that's going to lock me to one version across all of my projects. Yeah. Or do I just, if I give it a CMake install path, I can tell it where to install it. So instead of defaulting to the user lib, blah, blah, blah. So, right. So if I go rm rllib libjolt, and we go back into Jolt build Linux debug. Right. What up, Jaeger? How you doing? Guten Morgen, Gedons. I like what you did with Guten there. I like what you did. Very, very smart. So we did that. So if we go CMake install prefix, I'm going to specify it completely to make sure it doesn't get confused. So if I do that, just rl test, it's going to put the lib inside the /lib. And it's going to put the header files inside the /include. Right? So I'm curious then, if we go without telling it an install path, where does it install to? Because we've already done the install path. Like we've already done. Oh, because I didn't do a C. Yeah, because I want to do make install. I haven't done the C. I haven't done the install. I did the build, not the install. Yeah. Of course. RL test. Okay, well that didn't work because I'm not using CMake. So would it just be make install path? Do I have to use CMake? CMake install prefix, but then it tries to put it inside my user local, but it has a permission denied because I have to be sudo to do that. Might have asked you this, but do you use Linux? I'm on Linux right now, Parker. Yeah. GPU graphics are overrated. Use CPU graphics only. Use a meta build system. So CMake, DCMake. CMake install. And the ... at the end. So why the ... at the end? Do you mean there? Now you can do make install. Okay. We're learning things about CMake. Okay, so if we go into here. Okay, there we go. Now we've got the Jolt there. Nice. Thank you very much, Orcris. I was hoping to avoid CMake stuff, but looks like we have no choice. I'm glad you're here, Orcris, otherwise we would have been stuck on that for ages. How you doing, Johnny? Now in high leagues? Well, I mean, I want to do this. I want to use Raylib and Jolt physics first, and then after we've made a game in Raylib with Jolt physics, then we can look at making our own physics for the game after that. And then once we've done that, we can look at doing our own rendering engine and combined with our own physics engine. And start to become, you know, by then I will have a very long grey beard and my mustache will probably be so large you can see it from outer space. That's the plan. What distribution? I also happen to be on Linux right now. I'm using Arch Linux. I'm using Arch. We got ads playing, so I need to take a break from all of that, let it sink in, let it process, and then we can test out some Jolt stuff. Yeah. And then we can get to doing what I wanted to do tonight. Which might be a bit, but we'll see. We'll see. Make things simple. That if I take there, you take there, I take there. Shit, they've got two things looking at it. All right, fine. All right. Yeah, I know what you're preparing for. You'll probably go there now. Oh, no. What a twist. For the destination directory variable, it should be... Variable should be used instead of CMake install prefix. Right. I'm gonna go there. See, now your queen is mine. Doesn't matter what the fuck you do. Your queen is mine. Again, doesn't matter what you do. Your queen is mine. Got his queen. Come on. Time to make my new GPU suffer with City Skylines. Why is that game so heavy on CPUs? Seriously. I mean, do I go there? I can't take either of them. I could go there, but then I'm kind of locked in. So it might be smart if I back up. I'm not taking that, because then you can take that and attack the queen. But I can go there, check you, attack that, and if you take that, I take that. Okay. Nope. Not doing that. It's fine by me. So now... pop you there. Push that forward. Oh, or not. I will do that though. You'll go there. Oh no. If I do that. And then back here. Now go there. Damn it. Freaking timeout. It's always timeouts. Always timeouts. The destination directory variable should be used instead of for make des. Oh, for make des. Okay, so if I was running this, it would be make destir. Yeah, I almost had him. If I didn't spend so much time thinking. Oof. Make things simple. LOD models? No. Without the dash. Okay. Okay. So, let's test. We go in here. We include... Excellent. So we can include that. The first thing I want to do before we get to trying collision and stuff, thinking, can't recommend it, hurt your brain. Oh, I know. My brain is constantly in pain. Constantly just City of Sky. Oh, City Skylines. It's so heavy because of Oddbot. Right, I got you. Yeah. Sorry. Trying to keep up with multiple conversations is taxing on my tiny little brain. The peanut in my head is currently withering and shaking. So what I want to do, I actually want to draw a sphere. So we've got these. So if we do draw sphere... pos X can be, where is it? Ow. Ooh, ow. Okay. So we need two spheres, one on each side. And I want to go... minus... Where's the text stuff? Shapes, textures, models, text. Measure text. Measure text. Which will be... test colliding spheres. And then the pos Y, we can just make it like 60. And then we can do no such file or directory, raylib.h. Is there? Oh, I know why. No, that's correct. It's gonna be that. There we go. Okay. So you're all the way over there because I didn't halve the width. So yeah, when I set up the actual project, I will set up the make file with like flags and stuff like that for different things. But for now, go this. Well, I know what screen width is. It's going to be 640. Let me get that. But of course, add the camera. I don't need to do that yet. So we'll have one sphere over here and one sphere over here, and we need to have them moving towards each other. So I want to give them, we'll get them drawn first with no movement at all. All right. Then we can give them, like we can make them, like we can make a couple of rigid body things where we give like a force to them and have them like collide with each other and bounce away. That's ultimately what I want to have done by the end of the stream. Yeah. So that way we can be like, all right, we have Raylib with Jolt physics working. All right. Stream done in 45 minutes. I've never worked with Jolt outside of Godot. So there's a lot of stuff that's been abstracted away from me that I need to figure out. Trying to fit that into the next 2 hours and 45 minutes, or out in the next 2 to 3 hours, trying to fit all of that in. Big ask. Very big ask. I have some kangaroo sausages being delivered tomorrow. Nummy. It's just easy in Godot. Choose the physics engine. Yeah, exactly. Do you want to use Godot physics or do you want to use Jolt physics? Hey. Wow. Wow, what? The kangaroo sausages. Kangaroo is tasty as all heck. Alright? There is no fat on a kangaroo. None. Like, they are just muscle. G'day, Ouijione, how you doing? Brainoid, what's going on? You need a kangaroo body? Nah, the arms wouldn't work. The arms wouldn't work with a kangaroo body. They're lean like rabbits, yeah. Very, very lean. Alright, so. You know what I'm going to do? Um, so I can just do that. I can just go if I can't do not out front, can I? I guess I could try that. If not build, then make directory build. I know why. That does need to go down there because that's where we're putting main. Information. Okay. So yeah, it's an issue with this. It's not just that, is it? What up, Sprig? How you doing? Could have all sorts of toys in your pocket. Shower time? Nah. Peanut butter jelly time. Yeah. Sprig creepily moves towards the shadows. Saying shower time and then having that lurk message pop up is a little bit creepy. Because I'm just now realizing that you didn't say whose shower time it is. Have you heard of Sokolib? It's interesting, header only thing. I've not heard of Sokolib. What is Sokolib? Minimal cross-platform standalone C headers. So this is just headers for different... Okay, so this is for like a lot of Linux stuff. Like memtrack, frame buffer, audio time, GFX, args. Interesting. You can get a platform independent window with just headers. Ooh, nice. You're creating build main O, but telling make it will create main IO. No, I'm not. I'm using main C++ and I'm outputting to build main O. And then I'm using main, and then under main O, I'm saying build main O, output to build main. I could simplify this. I could just get rid of this and just have this do main C++ output to build main. Yeah. Compiling main, outputting to build main O. Like, I know... So, I know if I get rid of that... So, here's the thing. If I get rid of this... This works. This works. This is how it's currently building. Okay? So that's how it's currently building. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. You're not saying this. You're saying this part. But that shouldn't matter. That shouldn't matter because this is just saying that this relies on this, which is this part. So like, I could have this named like meh and bleh. Go bleh. So you're saying that I need that to be build main O and this to be build main. And then we need this to have... Because the problem I had before is I didn't have that exclamation in the right spot. I had the exclamation there. That's why it failed before. And then it didn't make the build directory. So therefore it didn't output, like, didn't have anywhere to output this because the build directory didn't exist. So then this failed because it couldn't find the build main O. So if I had it set up as I did before, which was build, then make directory build fi. Let's see if that works. Yep. Still failed. So now if I correct this, and I think that's what we do for a not. If not directory that, we make it. And I'm pretty sure we can get rid of that. See? See? So I don't run a second time. What? See what? Compiled main again. Oh, you're saying you're not saying that it's not going to compile. You're saying that it just prevents it from. It just prevents it, like it makes it detect if any changes occurred. I didn't have that in my last make project. And honestly, I'm not sure that I need it. Like, why would I need it? Actually, I might have had like build directory as build. Now I think here it was like, I think this is what I had. Something like this at least. Yeah. And then we also have like source directory. Now I can also do like that. Then here. Obviously there's other stuff we can do. Like with the file names, there's stuff we can do and whatnot, but I'm not going to get into that right now because that's like, this is just a test project to get the whatchamacallit, to test the physics side of things. So I don't want to bog myself down too much with this make file stuff. Is that right? Yeah, that should be right? Does it need the dollar? Must be a... Ah, that's the other thing I need to do. Now we've got that stuff, and that's because we need to do the dot clang. Yeah. C++ indeed, Hadouken. C++ indeed. Actually, I'm going to have this as test colliding spheres. I can get rid of you. And now, I just want to draw some spheres now. Let's draw our spheres. One right there. So draw sphere, center pos. It's going to be a vector 3. So if we go the... Ooh, I need to add a camera, actually. Where's our camera? Is there a camera? Sure, there's a camera. Begin mode. So begin drawing is for UI 2D stuff. Or begin drawing is for canvas. Begin 2D is with a custom 2D camera. Begin 3D. Okay. So you would do things with Jolt physics. Oh, this is getting interesting. I know, right, Hadouken? What the fuck am I doing? It's insane. Insanity. So what we'll do, Jersey, for the 24-hour stream, because technically, for anyone that's interested, technically, today is 2 years exactly since I started streaming. If you're going by, like, the day of the month, so yeah. So I think what we'll do is, if we hit the goal tomorrow, that will be my Thursday. What I would probably do is take off Friday. I'd take Friday off, just so that I'm well rested and prepared for the 24-hour stream on the Saturday. Thanks for contributing, Orcrus. Jolt physics, hot damn, I'm in. Good to hear, Riley. Good to hear. So if I was setting up a 3D game which had a HUD and a 3D camera, I would have the begin 3D, and after the end 3D, I would have begin drawing. So that way the HUD is drawn after the 3D and appears over the top. Or does it not matter? Does the order not matter? Can I do the begin drawing inside the begin 3D? Someone told me if I want to put a car in Godot, I need Jolt physics. The delivery van in my game, Riley, that's using Jolt physics. And I don't tell it what 3D position to move to. I don't tell it that. I tell it how much engine force it has, and calculate the acceleration. And then when it reaches a certain point, I give it a certain amount of brake. And when it reaches a certain point, I give it a certain amount of steer. And then when it reaches a certain point, it stops. Like, I take the steering away. You know? So it's all simulated. And it's just changing what part of the simulation is being applied at certain points. So, Godot car tire just jumps 180 degrees another dimension. True. Pretty insane. I think you can get GPU graphics. And it has this high level shader language. True. How we doing, Ray? I've been doing some research because I want to experiment with drifting. Ooh. If you want to experiment with drifting, Riley, do you watch Wallaber? I'm sure you watch Wallaber. I'm sure I've seen you there. Wallaber. Was it double L? I feel like it's double L. No, it's not. Wallaber. This guy. Because Wallaber has this game. Yeah. And you look at the drifting in that. Look at that drifting. Look at that. Oh. I'm pretty sure this was made in Godot. I'm not certain. I'm doing well, Ray. Thanks for asking. Yeah. Isn't that Unity? I don't know. That drifting is so forced. And yes, it is made in Godot. Yeah, I knew it. Thank you for... I don't like the way it snaps back into position, though. I mean, I didn't say it was how you wanted it to be. I just said it was starting position. Yeah. So this would need a camera. So we would go... What? Camera 3D. End mode 3D. Not physics-based. A realistic rally driving game can feel like drifting a bar of soap. So... I think when it comes to a game involving drifting, it's you've got to find the right balance between the feeling of realistic drifting and actual realistic drifting. Because you don't want it to feel like actual drifting, because most people will just not be able to get the hang of that. Yeah. Do you know drifting so far? Do you know if this is? Do you know whether this is using a real physics engine integrated in Godot or hard-coded arcade physics? I think it's just using the Godot, like the regular physics. I think it was before Jolt was integrated, so I don't know if they used the Jolt plugin, but yeah. Could even just be a character body. I mean, if anything, I wouldn't be surprised if they had it as a rigid body. If the vehicle body was not yet available. What's going on, you dunce? Is it DD? Or Deacon? I don't know. I'm going to call you D. I'm terrible with names. Sorry. How are you doing? What were you up to? What kind of music were we getting on? I am taking a horrible journey. I don't know why I chose to do this. I don't know why I chose it. But I'm trying to make something with Raylib, a 3D thing, using Jolt as the physics engine. It's interesting. Dead. The Deckend. There we go. Using normal physics for the most part, but the drifting part is coded to behave like that. Or like those old arcade games, yeah. One more useful step for setting up makefile-based C++ project. Generate source dependency files for make. So when the headers change, C++ files using them will be rebuilt. It's easy as adding the MD arguments to the compiler and adding include blah 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 at the end. Fair enough. I'm gonna worry about that when we get to the actual project. I don't want to bog myself down with makefile stuff, because tonight is already a difficult enough target. So yeah. I think what we have at the moment is fine, because this is just a test project. So, what do we need to do? We need the center. So this is going to be the center position of the sphere. What do I need to do with the camera? Ooh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated, you fantastic gudunt. Welcome in. Hope you're having a great day. Let's see. So where's something with a 3D camera? This looks like it has a 3D. That has a 3D camera. This is the kind of thing we need. Yeah. So we do create a camera. Okay, so I was creating that incorrect. And you two, everyone that follows is what we like to call a gedunt. Yeah. Good old gedunt. So if we go... I don't like how it's not tabbing out. I need to figure out why it's doing that. Position equals good old vector 3. Why? Why is it not? Camera target. Ah, it's the looking at points. Could I not just... I guess that would, yeah, that's something, we'll deal with that after. I'm not gonna worry about that right now. The first thing that hit my brain just then was, how do we have it so that this target position is just straight in front of the camera? Now I was like, well, actually, that would probably depend on where it's parented. So if it's parented under a character body, we'd get the character bodies, like we would have it just facing, like it would just be facing forward from the character body. So we'd just set this to be like, you know, 1 or something. So it's facing in front of its, like what, yeah, that type of whatever, yeah. You get it. Pity my screen is undersized. The camera field of view. Aperture in Y degrees. Okay. Not sure what the Y degrees be. So it's going to be perspective. What would the difference be between perspective and first person? So that's camera mode, camera projection, camera projection, camera mode. Okay, so those are camera modes. Okay. Yeah, that makes more sense. I was like, what's Unity? Less options? Alright, so if we have that. I'm gonna do this after here. Cube position. That's actually a good point. The orthographic FPS niche is untouched. I did have an idea. There's a game that I want to make someday, but it requires me to be much better at animation, like 3D animation. Yeah. If I could see without clothing myself with magnifying glasses, this would be cool. Nah. Nah. Everyone needs magnifying glasses here. Everyone. I mean, I could. I'm assuming it's this side that's the problem for you. Yeah. I'm assuming that's the side that's the problem. Now we do want vector 3 left sphere position. So if we have that as -10, and the right sphere position as 10F, 0.5F, 0.0F. Ah, whoops. I'm including stuff that doesn't need to be included. So left and right. I want to make a 2D isometric game, but the projection stuff is so confusing. You zoom instead of full screen. Would that even work? Left sphere position. The radius be 0.5. So that way, this being 0.5 will mean that it's perfectly above the grid. Then the color, we can go, yeah, we'll go red. We'll go red and blue. And then we need draw grid. Now I don't have any gravity yet. So just braces around initialization of sub-objects. Okay. What up, Fuzzard? Yes, it does. This was very similar to PL180. Fair enough. I'm not sure what that is. I'm not very good with names of stuff. In theory, this will give us a camera that has 2 spheres, and the background. I don't need a background or anything, do I? Oh, okay. Okay, so we need... begin drawing as well as end drawing. Oh, was it? What's it got that? We'll stick with that. Okay. Okay, so there we go. Got one over there. So I can probably put them at 5 and 5. Because the grid's only 10 across, so... yeah. Alright, so now that we've got that, I need to make them rigid bodies. Which is where Jolt comes into it. This is where the stuff that I don't know begins. Yeah. Okay. Include that. Jeez! I think we've got ads coming in a couple minutes. Oh, Christ. Stretch out, crack the back, break a few things. It's all good. It's all good. Okay. So. One thing I'm gonna need . So what it needs... Why does it need IO stream and standard args? I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out. But what we need... Wait, can I do it? Is that? Must be able to. Vision shape sphere. We know we need a sphere collision shape. Factory. Well, we're going to need register types too. I'm assuming that's going to have a lot to do with it, as well as the temp allocator and job system thread pool. Down here, we'll also need to include thread. I'm going to get that as well as that. And we'll come back to that after the ads. Too many errors stopping now. What do you mean? Ah, because I don't have... Yep. Yep. There's some stuff in there that I need to tweak. Yeah. Alright. Let's try daily Akari, shall we? See if we can get our daily Akari done. Nope. Nice. 52 seconds to get a perfect. Hell yeah. What is this? Is this like Minesweeper? Kind of. So you've got to have, like, you can't have two lights in the same line. So I can't put another light anywhere down here. Yeah. Also, the number of lines here, like, indicates how many lights need to be next to that block. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You're fantastic. You're done. So you'll notice how it goes down to 1. So you need 1 more there. And now it's happy. It's like, yep, cool. So then you got to go through and you got to try and find all of them until every square is being covered by something. Yeah. Let's guess the game. What game is that? Feels like a top-down sim. It's definitely not City Skyline. I don't think. It could be looking down from like a bridge higher up or something like that. Newest development, mainly Node.js at the moment, started to learn C++. Nice! Welcome in. You're in time for our confusion. Yeah. I don't know what game this is. Okay, we got boats there, so let's see if it's like a marina. Boat. Speedboat GP. I don't know. Oh, that's got to be like, is that like a Forza? It is a racing sim. Gran Turismo. Well, that's got to be like Gran Turismo 7 or something, yeah. There we go. Beautiful. Beautiful. So how is your C++ stuff? I'm as confused I can get. Spent the last day and a bit trying to wrap my head around React Helmet. I'm very glad that I got out of the Node.js stuff. I got so sick of it. That was weird. JPH. Suppress warnings. So this is complaining. Unknown type name string. Is that why we have IOStream here? Something tells me I need these to be first. Nope. Unknown type name string. I wonder if there's... It's because it's ordering this. It's because we want that to be at the top. That's why. Okay. Yeah. So I want to see. Include Jolt H before all other Jolt headers, as they do not include Jolt H. All right. So that's why comments are here. That's why they put the Jolt includes there as a comment, because it prevents the LSP, or it prevents the formatter from mixing the Jolt header file further down. Yeah. What up, Ghost? May the peace, blessings, and mercy of God be upon you. How dare you give me that kind of curse? How dare you? That's horrible. Alright, so now we've got that. I hate doing this type of stuff. I hate doing, like, using namespace STD. Horrible. I don't like it. What's this doing? Callback for traces. Connect this to your own trace function if you have one. Okay. Let's just get into main. Because I need to figure out how we're going to be creating a register default allocator. Okay. So we need JPH. Register default allocator. We'll need a factory instance. I need a JPH there as well. I don't know why it's not tabbing. Okay. We need to take this stuff. At least it's not as bad as me leaving comments on as many parts as I can, so I make sure I remember how it's supposed to work before I finish a feature. Yeah. The security stuff might be confusing to me, just because I've only been coding for under a year. That makes sense. As for C++, I'm still at the basics. Hey, we're all still at the basics. Alright? We're all still at the basics. So this needs... I don't need anything here for my stuff, but I think this Jolt stuff is going to need some commands there. Maybe. JPH. Register types. Then we need a temp allocator. Okay. We need a temp allocator for temporary allocations during the physics update. Pre-allocating 10 megabytes to avoid having to do allocations during the physics update. By the way, 10 megabytes is way too much for this example, but it is typical value you can use. If you don't want to pre-allocate, you can also use temp allocator malloc to fall back to malloc free. Okay, fair enough. Knowing JavaScript is helping me blaze through the early stuff. Yeah, so that's something with a lot of languages. If you learn one programming language, a lot of stuff will flow into other languages as well. Like if statements, for loops and while loops, functions, like passing variables into functions, stuff like that. A lot of it helps. Except Haskell. Yeah, nothing helps with Haskell. Nothing can save you when it comes to Haskell. A lot of languages are based in C as well, so that helps a lot. You're gonna have to get used to putting a semicolon at the end of every line, though. Don't forget that. Okay. Need a job system that will execute physics jobs on multiple threads. Typically, you would implement the job system interface yourself and let Jolt physics run on top of your own job scheduler. Job system thread pool is an example implementation. Okay, so I would need to, yep. So when I make my game, I'll need to create my own. I'll need to create my own job system thread pool type thing. My own job scheduler. That's going to be interesting. That's going to be very interesting. So in that case, if that's an example implementation, does that even exist? It does exist. Okay. So where's the max physics jobs and stuff come from? Hilden, how you doing? Ah, literals. Literals. No. Doesn't look like it. It's probably under like... Okie dokie. Okie dokie indeed. 4K. 4K hot sauce it is. Let's do it for you. Only 4K. Such a weak sauce. Thank you very much, Eldon. If you want your code to compile using single or double precision, write 0.0_r to get real value that compiles to double or float depending on J, H double precision set or not. Right. I wonder if I do have the namespace JPH literals. That's still not there. Okay. Okay. So we do hardware concurrency, that makes sense. But it's going to complain about those. Use of undeclared identifier thread. That's because it's going to need to be standard thread. Is that right? Yep. So this one here. I don't understand where these two come from. Is to find physics settings H. No. I hadn't gotten to that yet. That's. Okay, there we go. That's what we want. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Congrats on becoming a gedunt. I really need to get myself like a business card thingamajig and some embossing tools so that I can get people their own personalized "G'day, I'm a gedunt" business cards with their name embossed at the bottom. Yeah. Okay. Maximum amount of rigid bodies that you can add to the physics system. If you try to add more, you'll get an error. 1024. I mean, I think for now we can set it as like... yeah, the physics system and init takes the C max bodies. Okay. So, I mean, I don't need that many for this one. Like, we can just set it as 8. C max bodies. Determines how many mutexes to allocate to protect rigid bodies from concurrent access. Can anyone enlighten me as to why you would want more than one mutex per physics body? It's been a while since I've used mutexes. Max number of body pairs that can be queued at any time. Okay. Then contact constraints. We're only going to have 2 spheres that are like moving, like given a force, and then collide and bounce away. Unit. Okay. Create mapping tail from object layer to broad phase layer. As this is an interface, physics system will take a reference to this instance. How do I can quote you. Cool. Reference to this. So this instance needs to stay alive. Instance needs to stay alive. Also have a look at broad phase layer interface table, broad phase layer interface mask for a simpler interface. Okay. So it sounds like we need that. Now that's going to require me to import one of the other things from up here. Probably be... Well, we don't have physics system. probably that. Okay, so it's not in the physics system. Could it be body activation listener or body creation settings? It's not under there. So, body activation listener. Not under there either. Huh. Jolt core job system. I don't think I ever included you. Ah, this is this thing. So the broad phase layer interface implementation. This defines a mapping between object and broad phase layers. What is a broad phase layer? Each broad phase layer results in a separate bounding volume tree in the broad phase. You always want to have a layer for non-moving and moving objects to avoid having to update a tree full of static objects every frame. You can have a one-on-one mapping between object layers and broad phase layers, like in this case. But if you have many object layers, you'll be creating many broad phase trees, which is not efficient. If you want to fine-tune your broad phase layers, define JPH track broad phase stats and look at the stats reported in the TTY. Okay. Okay. Is that going to be necessary for a basic implementation? And then we do const expression uint num layers. So this would be... No, it wouldn't be that. Never mind. Ignore my brains trying to say stuff. It doesn't know what it's talking about. Okay. Then we have all of this. Finds a mapping between broad phase layer. A mapping table from object to broad phase layer. Okay. Why is the namespace not... Why is it doing that? So it's overwriting that. Right, and then down here, I can actually get rid of this. We have public. That. So what are these? Is that going to be... No. So we don't have layers. And that's because it's defined up here. Okay. And that's going to be the JPH object layer. Okay. Okay, I'm starting to see different parts of this now. And then the last one is num layers. Fast that terms of two object layers can collide. Okay, so that's going to be... Okay. So with this, with these layers, would this correspond to Godot's collision layers? So like in most game engines, you have like 32 layers defined. Would this correlate to that? But we're just setting up two layers, one for moving and one for non-moving. And then when we create a rigid body, we go, yes, it can collide with a rigid body with other moving things. Yes, it can collide with non-moving things. Or this moving thing can only collide with non-moving things. It ignores other. That's also my guess. That's what I'm thinking. That's what it seems like to me. I'm glad we think the same thing, Orchrus, because if that's what you think, it's probably correct. Glad to hear it. Object layer pair filter. Public virtual ball should collide object layer. Why is it doing that? Why is NeoVim doing that? Why does it not know? Why is it not keeping the spaces tracked? Like the indentation tracked? Non-moving only collides with moving. Yeah. Yeah, there's the collision layers. Yeah. Alright. Moving collides with everything. Yeah, so the static bodies won't... So in this one, the static bodies won't collide with static bodies. They only collide with moving things. Okay. Last night I dreamed I had to make 1,000 pancakes. I was tossing and turning. That's horrible. You know what the worst part about that is, Mike? When you wake up in the morning, there's no pancakes. You spent all night dreaming about making pancakes. And then you woke up, there were no pancakes. Sad. Very, very sad. Okay. So now we're back down here. Use of undeclared identifier. Ah, yeah, I'll define that. Ow! Right there. Yeah, so that's fine. Do that. And there's a virtual uint, get num broad phase layers. Just returns that. Then we do another virtual broad phase layer. It's obviously going to be the JPL object layer. Or sorry, JPH object layer. This doesn't assert, but I don't think I set up that stuff further up. Like that needs me to set up something. which is this. Yep. I guess that's something I should set up. Ben, what are you doing, you dumb shit? Okay, so we don't need that. Alright, and then this... Okay, so this is just the different expressions. So this is just printing out the assert. Okay. And this is formatting it so we have the file, the line number, and details of the error. Okay. Cool. That needs to be standard. That also needs to be standard. Because I hate doing it the other way. That also needs to return true. Broad phase layer. Unknown type broad face layers. Known type broad face layer. Because it's a JPH. Now this M object to broad phase. Private. Okay. That takes care of all those. Cool. So we got that, and then we also need the external profile and profile right. Still pink, I see. Apparently no one wants to change my color. They want me to stay this horrendous, hideous, yucky, yuck. Thank you, Plobby. Much appreciated. Oh, it's good to get off that yucky pink. Nice. How you doing, Plobby? Why? Because Plobby has taste. Virtual const car. In layer. Broad phase layer. Type. In layer. And now I'm yellow. Thank you, Wix. Now this way, everyone loses and or wins. I prefer thinking that that's exactly the case. Yeah. Okay. We change this to moving. Now we have this output moving. Then we also go defaults. Assert false. Return invalid. That's an if def. Pistonic. No. It's already got a name. All right. The name is Pino. Instead of Hypno, it's Pino, but it's spelled P-I-N-O-T. Get it? Jeez. Yours is better. Shut up. What do you think of that? Okay, so if we have all that set up, now down here, VP layer interface implementation. Okay. You shut up, you jaundice asshole can get up. Oh, coming out swinging. God damn. I have no defense for that. Alright. That's my nickname now. That's my nickname. My nickname is jaundice ass looking Gedun. I accept my fate. Oh, man. Gotta do that too. Okay. Which is this. Okay. So I'm kind of seeing what we've got going on here. So this is all of this is purely to determine if something's colliding or not. There's a lot that goes into it. A lot more than I thought. Okay, so we do that. All right. So from this, we're now checking. But how is the object layer matching to a broad phase layer? Oh, sorry, if layer 2 is the... Yep. Okay. We want to return true. Okay, so we do that. And then we need to set up this thing. Filters the object versus object layers. I don't think I've set that up. My God, there is so much that goes into setting this up. So I don't need to worry about the box shape. I want to do a sphere shape instead. That's one thing I can skip over. Let's get this set up first. And then we need to get to the we do this. Did I set that up? I don't think I did. Object layer. Yeah, I did. Okay. Sweet. I'm happy with that. All right, and then so we have the object layer pair. Then we have the actual physics system. That's the max bodies, number of mutexes. Cmax body pairs, Cmax contact constraints, the broad phase layer interface, the object burst phase layer filter, the object burst phase layer broad phase layer filter, and object verse objects. Yeah, perfect. So that's the physics system configured. My body activation listener gets notified when bodies activate and go to sleep. Note that this is called from a job, so whatever you do here needs to be thread safe. Registering one is entirely optional. Okay, so I don't actually need to set up a body activation listener. Okay, so we'll skip over that for now. Contact listener gets notified when bodies are about to collide and when they separate again. Would I not want that to be... I'm gonna skip that for now. The main way to interact with bodies in the physics system is through the body interface. There is a locking and non-locking variant of this. We're going to be using the locking version. Okay. So... body interface. So we get that. Create a rigid body to serve as the floor. Make a large box. Okay, so they're creating a rigid body for the floor. I'm assuming because the rigid body will have gravity applied to it. So in that case, that's smart. We should probably get that included here. Collision. Is it not cube? Shape. Box. So I think going through all of this stuff for going through all of this stuff and trying to make a game at the moment is a bit much. Probably need to do this as just sort of like a tinker once a week sort of thing. And make our main game in an already established engine while we tinker with this and kind of understand what it is and how to set it up and whatnot. I'm getting I'm trying to get something 3D displaying with Jolt physics handling the collisions of them. That's the idea behind it. Yeah, it's not going to have anything to do with Godot. Like, it's going to be Raylib and Jolt, not Godot and Jolt. Yeah. And it's like, maybe we create like a simple collision-based game or something. Because this is a lot. And I think if I wanted to try and make a game now using this, there's going to be a lot of challenges that I need to overcome. Like setting up that job system. I think building that over time while I work, like once a week while I work on a main game sort of thing, is probably the better way to go. Physics are a thing in own games. Physics are a thing in own games. What? What? Never mind, it's Wednesday. That's true. It is Wednesday, and it's 8 p.m. 4 days to vacation. Ooh, nice. That reminds me, not tomorrow. So, Thursday, you've got these matches going on. Yeah. The only ones here that I'm interested in is this one, so that I can see Scotland get their absolute arse just absolutely handed to them. And then on Friday, this one. Oh wait, Australia versus Paraguay on Friday. Have we already gone up against USA? Yeah, we did. We went up against USA the other week. That's right. Yeah. Belgium's going to kick New Zealand's ass. That's for sure. At least with this one, Australia has a chance. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Guess the game. We're going to yesterday's one. All right. What game is that? That's just the shadow of a net on something. Okay, so that's a in-vehicle GPS. It's going to be like a Black Ops. PC, PS3, and Xbox 360. I think it's like an Alien vs Predator kind of thing. Nah. It's a first-person shooter. Use the leash to get past the obstacles. Use the leash to get past the obstacles? What? System overload, system overload, system over. Okay, so it's not a Dead Space because it's first person. Overload. I don't know. People Can Fly and Epic Games. How we doing, Sonny? What's this? This is a Gears of War. No, because Gears of War is third person. Right? It's not a Halo. It's not Halo, it's not Gears of War. I have no idea. I have a bone to pick with you. Are we allowed to help with this? Yeah, go for it. Go for it. Help away. Help away. Rage. Rage is a good idea. That's a good call. But I don't think that's Epic Games. I think that's Bethesda. Pretty sure Rage is Bethesda. It does look unbelievably generic shooter. "2011 was the release. I don't know. I'm just gonna guess Rage. Let's see what happens. Bulletstorm. It was Bulletstorm. Frickin' heck. What's this bone to pick? I actually loved that game. And you called it a brown generic shooter. Rude. Okay. Round box shape. After we had our long political debate last week, my Prime Minister resigned and I suspect it's your fault. What can I say? Your Prime Minister sucks. I'm sorry. Your Prime Minister sucked. Whoever comes in to replace them is also going to suck. That's just all there is to it. Like... I actually... Keir Starmer and... Albanese. What's his name? What's my Prime Minister's name? What's my Prime Minister's name? It's Anthony Albanese. So, if you have a look at these two, we've gotten rid of your old white guy with a stupid haircut and glasses. All we need to do is get rid of our own stupid old guy with a stupid haircut and glasses. We got rid of one. Now we got to get rid of the other. Because they both suck. I'm fairly sure they came from some sort of interplanetary cloning station. Like how in Rick and Morty, they clone Mortys over and over. You know? I'm pretty sure they did that for our politicians. Pretty sure that's what they're doing for our politicians. Aren't politicians like vacuums? It's their job to suck. Only bad politicians. Is it easy to use Jolt physics? That's a great question. This is my first time. This is the very first. The last 3 hours is my first time using it. Outside of Godot. So, from what I can see, if you know what you're doing, it's easy. If you don't know what you're doing, like me, setting up like a job scheduler and stuff like that would be more complicated. But the Jolt side of things does seem fairly straightforward. Having said that, Jolt physics docs. Having said that, this is really the only documentation there is. Yeah. So it could, like, it's gonna be good and easy to use. But I've never stepped this low into game development before myself. So if you want a simple physics, just use React Physics 3D. I mean, if I wanted simple physics, I would use a game engine. I want to make my life as difficult as possible. That's what I want to do. Yeah. I think if Kier had not tried to hard force digital ID, he might actually been okay. Yeah, I mean, there's just going to be another politician that does it, though. Rupert Lowe's report is basically nothing to do with him, which is kind of bizarre to me. Almost all the crimes in it took place under the Tories. So, he's the current Prime Minister. Did he do anything to, like, investigate any of this stuff when it first started to come to light? Did he do anything to actually investigate what was going on in his country? Good luck with Jolt. Thank you. You should have taken NVIDIA PhysX. I would use Open3DE if I wanted to use PhysX. Yeah. When you're writing your own engine, probably in like 10 years' time after I've put out a few games and I've actually understood what to do with Raylib and Jolt. 3 hours later and we're still at 30 lines. Sorry, bud, you're out. I think you should start solving captchas for Indian scammers. Never. And what do you mean still at 30 lines? You're forgetting about the 154 above it. To hell with you, Hadouken. He did two things. He commissioned an independent researcher to assess if another inquiry was needed. And then when they showed him it was, he did another one. The third one is basically being used as evidence against Kiev, but is the only reason we even looked. Is it? I totally missed the relative thing. Wow, why would solve captures for them? Are they dumb? I mean, yes, they are. They're scammers. Of course they're dumb. So he got an inquiry underway, and then he got another inquiry underway, and then he got another inquiry underway. I mean, there were two very comprehensive inquiries into Kier prior to Kier's one as well, which is why he was like, do we actually need another one? He did not want to do another one, exactly because he said we should do something. So why hasn't he done something? Like, after those inquiries, what has he done? He wasn't allowed. Why wasn't he? He was voted out. Who was voted out? Oh, he was outvoted. Sorry, he was outvoted. By who? Because if you have that type of data and that type of inquiry coming out twice, and you're unable to get people in Parliament to vote to do something about it, Parliament voted against another inquiry, then the Tories and the right in general said he was protecting, so he had to prove to both he wasn't. And then he needs to do another one. So you're saying that instead of actually doing something and saying, no, we don't need another inquiry, we're going to actually do something and stop it, and making the rest of them look like idiots, He just went, okay, we'll do another one. That doesn't sound like a leader. That does not sound like a leader. That sounds like someone that just gets bullied into doing what other people want to do. Then got outvoted. It's not America, he can't just do whatever he wants. He can't just do whatever he wants, but he can, like, highlight all of this information. Yeah. Like, he did. When? I never heard about it. This information is all public. But clearly he didn't make a big enough deal out of it. Like, if it's something that important, you need to kick and scream and yell and make everyone completely aware of it. Yeah. Are you alt-right? I'm a centrist. Everybody in the world is a centrist. If you don't think you're a centrist, then you're an idiot. He did make a huge deal about not needing another inquiry, is literally what the right are ending his career over. It was a no-win. I mean, again, Sonny, like, I haven't heard anything about any of the other inquiries at all. Yet it took, like, it was very, like, the third one was very easily brought to everyone's attention. The last inquiry was in 2022. He wasn't in power. But again, Sonny, again, he didn't, like, he clearly hasn't made everyone aware that the original one was, like, the original two were done and dusted, and that we don't need another one, all that kind of stuff. Using .NET for Raylib and exporting to Linux and Mac, Windows, but using C++ is a nightmare. On Windows, using C++ is a nightmare. Yes. Yes. I hate using C++ on Windows. That's why I'm on Linux. Yeah. Yeah. What do we need? Box shape settings. Yes. Reference body and face. Physics system. Get body interface. What are you doing? Get body interface. Jesus Christ. Oh, I was already doing that up there. Oops. Anyway. Oh, I'm doing the wrong thing. Yep. Never mind. There we go. Has new stuff going? Does it run? Does it outperform the other engines yet? Nah. Never. Knowing the public gave a shit about the first two because they didn't show the results they wanted. Rupert made one up that does. Now everyone's on board. The only way Kia wins that specific scenario is to intentionally lie, then illegally enforce something against his party's wishes. Rupert's report is not an inquiry. So you're saying that everything in Rupert's report is a lie? Wildly sensationalized exaggeration, specifically designed to inflame the public, and it worked. So, what did the first two reports say? Okay, so we've got to do... That's going to be interesting. I wonder how that's going to work with... That should be fine. Should be fine. I hate CMake. Yeah, same here. Same here. I very much prefer... I prefer just using make myself. Set embedded. Let's see. Shape result. So we get the floor shape result. Should be the floor shape settings create. Huh? So we create the settings. Then the shape result is based on the creation of it. I'm not sure why that's needed. First, we showed that there was extremely dangerous failure systemically to protect children by the police and all institutions, blah, 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 blah. And neglect so bad that only 4% of cases ever led to convictions, blah, 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 blah. Okay. That sounds horrific. And like something should be done. Yes, in power says no more inquiry, let's do something. Party says no, he's forced into doing a third. So, right there is where I have an issue, Sonny. Right there is where I have an issue. Like, there's more to leading than just doing what the opposition wants you to do. Alright? You make the people aware. Hey, look, here's the 2 reports that already says something needs to be done. And you make the Tories and that look like idiots for wanting a third to be done. And you get people in Parliament on your side using the information you already have. No one wanted to be aware. I highly doubt no one wanted to be aware, Sonny. You're saying that everyone in England did not want to be aware of the horrific crimes that were happening? Are you saying that everyone in England is racist and only wants something to be done because it's now being blamed on a specific race? Is that what you're saying? Because if so, that is an extremely ludicrous view of things. That needs to step out. JPH. Overwhelming population cannot comprehend a huge task like overhauling the police and do not want to hear it. People are galvanized by a big fake number and a simple solution. So what you're saying is that he wasn't able to get something done, but the others were able to make progress into getting something done, like into getting people on board and such. Because like I'm perfectly fine with a politician sensationalizing things if it gets the public onto the side of solving a problem that actually exists. I'm fine with that. You're fine with his approach? That's fine. I'm not asking you to be fine with his approach. I'm saying that if you've stated that people did not want to get on side with overhauling the police. And now people are on the side of overhauling the police system. He wanted to fix the system, but people didn't want him to. You literally said that he was outvoted because no one wanted him to. What do you mean create doesn't exist? Oh, it's capital C. It's capital G. I see. And that's a R. Alright. So we have that. Learn how to use CMake? No, just use make. Just use make. That's all you need to use. Anyway, all I'm hearing is that Kier could not rally politicians to the side of actually taking action. And that's kind of what you need to do when you're the leader. So... we need... because there's no body creation setting. Oh yeah, there it is. Body creation settings right there. So let's get this set up. Floor shape. So they're using this, which I think is the larger size, I think. Let's see. JPH. What? S identity. Then we also need JPH emotion type. Static. Then we also need layers, but what value do we need in there? Not moving. Okay. Non-moving layers. Okay. So that's telling the floor that it's like what layers it's on, as well as position. Is that what this one is? Yeah. So it's initial shape, it's initial position, it's initial rotation, motion, and object layer. Okay. Cool. That's the creation settings. Then we create the body. Note that if we've run out of bodies, this can return a null pointer. So that's that's based on the maximum collision body thing that we set up before. Okay. So now we have JPH body, which will be floor. Not just floor, but a pointer to floor. Body interface. Create body floor settings. Okay, so yeah, we're adding them to the world. And then down here, I'll be able to, like, deal with positions and stuff like that. Alright. So I'll be able to get rid of, like, the draw sphere, draw grid stuff as well. Yeah. Have you not swept? It's 8:30 p.m. So, yeah. Yeah. Rose Prost is distracted from the cause and already led to an instance of domestic terrorism. And all of that will lead to huge immigration reforms. As well as probably police reforms too. Based on the inquiry. Yeah. So. Yeah. See, now with everything that's happened, whoever comes in and replaces Keir, they have, like, everyone in Parliament has no choice but to vote for something to be done. So, there is no wiggle room for anybody. So, body is widely out of sync. Your face is widely out of sync. Yeah. Yeah, I need to figure out why it drifts so much. I don't know why it drifts so much. Like, I'm just standing here and it just, over like 30 minutes, it like rotates completely. And I'm like, what? Why? Why are you drifting so much? Does make sense. Does make sense. Body interface. Add body. Here we go. Floor get ID. It's a pointer, so it has to point. And then it'd be floor. Get activation. No, don't activate. All right. JPH. Deactivation. Don't activate. What do you mean tab's not working? You could use Makefile on Windows, but you need to use W64 dev kit. Yeah, no. Never. Those things are just accelerators. They have no real positional data. What's positional? What? Is it always drifting same direction? With Jolt, I get a right rotation drift when I do some things. This isn't controlled by Jolt. This is rotational data coming from the Slime VR sensors. Yeah. Those are just accelerators. They have no real positional data. It's true. It's true. I think I need to get the feet. Because they do have rotate, like, yeah. They've got, like, some rotational data. Like, they have positional data to the hip. So the hip is, like, everything else is relative to the hip. And the hip is the thing that rotates. Like, that's the thing that's drifting. Yeah. It's only the hip, too. So I think if I wear some of the leg sensors, I think that will help with some of the drift. Because then the hip has something beneath it and above it. Maybe. No, maybe the hip will drift anyway. But yeah, there's probably some other stuff to to configure as well. Like, I reckon if I haven't set up like proper body calibration stuff. Like if we go into here, where are we? So there's this stay aligned thing. Yeah. Stay aligned uses your relaxed pose to keep tracks aligned. So like maybe I turn that off. Yeah. Stay aligned reduces drift by gradually adjusting your trackers to match your relaxed pose. Like maybe that's... wanting configure stay aligned. No. It'll be interesting to see if that fixes it, actually. Or if the arms and stuff start going out of whack now. Because that's... if I go like that... that's... yeah, not really aligned. That was the... yeah, it's... I don't know. Let's see how that works. Yeah. There's a bit too much to it. I don't know. I'll figure it out at some point. We'll figure it out at some point. Alright, so we add the body. We create the sphere settings. I'm not going to get this done tonight. This is not going to be done tonight. Create dynamic body to bounce on the floor. But this doesn't render anything out. So... after I create all of this, I assume what I'd probably need to do... let's have this just set like that. If I do that, go. Like so. And we set up the sphere creation and set its linear velocity. In here, I can probably update the sphere position to be whatever the position of this is. The problem is that Raylib and Jolt are using two different vector 3 objects, like structures. So the visual side of things, I would need to... well, I would either need Raylib to use the Jolt vector 3 or Jolt to use the Raylib vector 3. Yeah? Yeah, that's drifting even further now, I think. That's drifting even more now. That's annoying. That's right, I'll fix it up after stream. It just clicked that you're building the thing you're using. It just clicked that you're building the thing that you're using for your body rig. No, I'm not. That's not what I'm doing. so let's do another body creation settings, which will be sphere settings, which is a new sphere shape. 0.5F, perfect radius. That's what I already wanted it to be. RVec3 0.0 R 2.0 R. Now I don't know what that is. I'm assuming that's just 2.0. So if I set that, yeah, it's 2.0 F. What we need. What? Yes, identity. Motion type is going to be dynamic. Okay, because it's a moving thing. And then this layer here is going to be moving. All right. Body ID. Sphere ID is body interface. Create and add body. The in settings are the sphere settings. And the activation mode is activate because we want it to actually move. C delta time. I've got the FPS set as 60, so we can go const float. Actually, const float C delta time. And down in here we can set FPS. We go physics system, optimize broad phase, ready to simulate the body, keep simulating until it goes to sleep. And then in here, so step equals 0. We do that. And then down in here, I want to go if body interface is active, sphere ID, increase step, we go do I want to do this before drawing the sphere or after drawing the sphere? Do you know Joel Davis? Nope. I don't know anyone named Joel. Position. Body interface. Get center of mass position. Then we get this sphere ID. vec3 is velocity. Be get linear velocity, sphere ID. Sphere position. I can't do that, can I? No. Sphere position Y. Sphere position Z. Get Z. And then we can do collision steps and physics system update. C delta time, collision steps, temp allocator, and job system. Then down here we do what? Body interface, remove body, sphere ID. Body interface, destroy body. Okay, so this is how you would clean up the data. So when you have like an NPC, an enemy entity that you defeat, this is how you would clean up the body components of it. Like the physical side of it. So you'd probably want to set up I'd have to set up a wrapper that kind of has the rendering through Raylib and the physics through Jolt. So that I can do like, in here I can just do like a, sphere update or something like that, or sphere move, and then, give it this physics position. And then that will update where it is, if it's colliding, destroying it if it needs to, all that kind of stuff. Get ID. JPH. Unregistered types. We can also delete factory instance, JPH factory, this instance, null pointer. Okay. Why are we increasing step? We never, like, the only thing we use that for is outputting here. I wonder what's not going to work. What do you think's going to happen when I try to build that? Error. LD returned 1. Okay. Interesting. Is the JPH library in it? JPH is the, what do you call it? So that's fine, because that, yeah, don't need to worry about that. That's the old stuff. So this is the new stuff. Undefined reference to JPH trace. Undefined reference to JPH free. Like, we have all of that though. I think it's... I think I know why. I think it's because it wants me to do using namespace JPH. I think it wants me to do that. I hate it. Why are you not? Why is that not formatted? What's its problem? I've noticed that this has imported a bunch of stuff. If I do... I didn't do it globally. But up here, I do need this to be JPH or something. Yes, there is. It's under Raylib. What are you talking about? I'm gonna ignore you. Static bool, assert failed imp. Reference to color is ambiguous. And that's gonna be, I assume that's because Raylib. No. JPH doesn't have a draw sphere. I think... Oh, because of literals. Yep. So if I change this to Ray White... What the fuck do you mean? Because if we go draw sphere, you see how it only gives me the 1 from Raylib H. And this doesn't, there's nothing in there. Because it wouldn't make sense for Jolt to have a draw sphere or anything, because it's not a rendering. It's just the physics. But this is because of the literals. So I think if I get rid of that, this still isn't looking correct. It just says no matching function call for draw sphere. It's literally... Alright. We go 255, 0, 0, 255. Color's also not. Why? God damn it. I hate it. I already hate it. Because it knows the constant red. It only knows it as one thing. So, what types? Physics system, physics settings, collision shape, sphere and box. Body. Create and activate. Temp allocator, factory, job system, thread pool. Don't need that. And core. Why is this not... Like, that looks like it's wrong. Because it's not formatting it. Why not? Why not? Twitch, give me my snoozers back, you pricks. Grumpy! Welcome in. How you doing, you dunce? How the flippin' hell are ya? %S JPH. I have to go back up here. Let's go like so. Instead, a grumpy raid. Yay! I see you found a robotic skeleton. Is there a robo schlong? No. No. Never. Why? What do you mean there's no matching function call? Nvim playing. Reference to color is ambiguous. Two candidates. JPH. So JPH color. So that's only after I include that. So what I'm gonna have to do. Let's go. How can I tell it that I want to use the Raylib color? Everyone knows robots have dongles. Here are my two dongles. I have two. Yeah. I'm a robot with two dongles. How do you handle this then? But I need to include it. Needs alpha channel 2 if not in dot. It's not that. It's not that. It's that I can't tell it to use. I can't tell it to use the Raylib color, even though I need to tell it to use the Raylib color. Because the Raylib color constant is just accessible via color. So how do we handle this conflict? How would other people that are using this handle it? Because using JPH includes JPH color, and color is now accessible by the normal thing. Jolt physics. Actually, no. C++. Exclude. No, I can't just do color because color is ambiguous. Which one is it? Jolt color or Raylib color? That's the problem. And unlike Jolt that has JPH : color, Raylib doesn't have that. Raylib just has it as color in the header file. So, what I'm thinking, if I undo, so right now it's fine because JPH isn't being included. But now the issue is that we don't have we don't have this stuff. We don't have this stuff. And we don't have this stuff. So what? Shape, free, convex shape. Undefined reference to vtable for JPH shape settings. Vtable. Okay. So was it? Vtable. JPH assert failed. Expected namespace name. Because it's a variable, not a fuck. Damn it. What's my biggest project? Bobble Shop Sim. That wasn't made with any of this stuff. Yeah. Look at the Twitter comments. This is why I moved to Oz. It is you. What? It is me. Gotta read the other messages. Cover this stream, government announced 25%, 22% tax on my stream. If I was over 65 with Twitter comments, this is why I moved to Oz. It's you. What? Oh, because you got brought. Oh, okay. I'm assuming because you were watching Grumpy. Yeah. We are in Future City. Damn right we are. How can I resolve the conflict with color? Did we stay in the racing? Oh no, that was my bad. That was my bad. Every time we debate anything, the government does a bad specifically to me. I mean, maybe the government's just doing bad. Like, so this here. So the problem is color. Color is ambiguous. If I go, even if I do this, is that, I think that's gonna work. Nope, error. Undefined reference to JPH free. What? Okay. That. Oh, hang on. Is that failing because I've got -L Raylib, but I also need -L Jolt? No. It's going to be something to do with those. Definitely going to be something to do with those. Terrible return on sub investment. I mean, it sounds like you need to speak to your government. Physics Repo, Hello World. I don't see what's failing. I don't. There's nothing I can do. I've got that being imported. So we're using namespace. For some reason, it's not highlighting it, which tells me there's probably an issue somewhere that this is not telling me about. Why? LD config. But it shouldn't need to. Like, it's got all of the header files and the lib already. So, if we have a look, we've got our include, which has Jolt, which has all the header files in here. Then we've got our lib, which has our lib Jolt A and our lib Raylib. So I wonder, looking at this, that's raylib.a. This is -l Raylib. This is lib capital J for Jolt.a. So I wonder if that means it needs to be -l capital J for Jolt. That was it. That was it. That there, that's the brain at work. So now we're going to build and we run main. Let's see what happens. Nothing, because it broke. Okay. So what I think we need to do is we need to put in the trace. And then this is where we probably need our include. Was the CARGs. CSTDARG. That. Let's go. VSN printf buffer size of buffer in FMT list and VA end list. Then we can also VASN or VSN printf, not VASN printf. Okay. So now we can do a make clean, a make. Why aren't you? What? What is breaking? Tell me what is breaking. Connect this to your own trace function if you have one. I don't have one. So that's probably the issue with that. I don't have my own trace function, so I probably can't. That's just doing nothing. I guess I could run it with GDB. Okay, version mismatch. Make sure you compile the client code with the same Jolt version and compile definitions. What? Version mismatch. And that's not pointing to the project. It's pointing to the Jolt physics, which is outside this directory. Okay. Is it C++ version that's differing? What up, Tricky? I wonder if it's because I wonder if it's because of this. Wonder. So if we add the dash standard C++ 17. No. Version mismatch, eh? Is this needed here? Yes, it is. So it's got nothing to do with this. Let's see. Jolt physics version mismatch. DT flags in the linking stage and not in the build stage, where it goes. Okay. Okay. So these shouldn't be here. The CC flags should be up in the other spot only. And should that be G? I think that should be G, right? Yeah. Maybe. Maybe. It's local, Orchrus. Remember, we're doing this local to the project. It's all pointing to local stuff. Why is that now complaining there? Build main O. Do I need the dash? So they're saying that they put the CC flags, which is all this stuff, down in this stage instead of up in this stage. I've done that same thing. I've done that same thing, but now it's not working. I don't think... Are you sure? Are you sure that needs to be that? And I assume that would also need to be that at that point. So is it just that that needs to be done? Okay, so I don't need that there. I don't need that there. Right. Still doesn't work. If I do GDB, you go run, no. Version mismatch. Make sure you compile the client code with the same Jolt version and compiler definitions. I have. That's what I don't get. And it's like, it's pointing, like it's saying this. Even though I'm pointing it. Like that there, that's not a path anywhere in my project. That's a path outside of the project. Run, no. Main, register types. See how it's pointing to this stuff? So it's pointing to the C++. So that's the C++ file it's pointing to. Which is correct. It's in the other thing. Yeah. JPA's register types internal. And then version mismatch. I don't get it. I'm going to rebuild Jolt. All right. So we run this. And after this, okay. And now we want to do make, what was it? Dest deer? Make install. Let me have a look. No. No. What was that make? Because we've built it, we've run the make, and now I need to do a make install dest-dir. Is that right? That's put it inside user local include inside RL test. Because I need to specify the prefix. Make dest prefix. Okay. So here we go. Prefix is include. Well, actually, prefix be that, and destination directory can be include. No. So yeah, have this as destination directory and have no, I'll have to do .configure. So I can't specify a prefix. I can't specify a prefix without install prefix. There we go. No. The 24-hour stream is close, but it's not today. New make. Come on, load. Load GNU. God. Include dir. The directory for installing header files be included by user programs. You're so tired today? Fair enough. I'm going to be very tired tomorrow. Make prefix des directory. If the make file is generated by GNU autotools.configure, you can usually set the target like that. The make file is not generated by autotools but distributed along with other software. Simply open up the editor, change it. This all target directory is probably defined in a variable somewhere. So there's no way for me to do it except via CMake. No. GNU make. So if I have a look, source directory binary, so I see nowhere that's defining. I see nowhere that's specifying that exact value. Because what was the previous CMake? Because there was that. So that was the previous CMake. And that put it into include. Source directory installed does not exist. So there's make install cmake prefix. And this puts it into the correct directory. No? Because it tried to put it inside the lib. Okay. What was the fucking command that we used? It's make install prefix. No? Not cmake install prefix, not make install prefix. Destination directory. Des directory puts it inside user local include. Why? Why are things made so hard? Here we are. There we go. Make. This isn't working. Oh my god. Why? Because I know what this is gonna say. I'm gonna say make sure you both correct version, then we go BT. It's main register types, blah 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 blah. Shows those. So for some reason it's not showing the local stuff. Yeah. It's statically linked. Because remember, I'm doing it all internally to it. Yeah, so I went into the cmake install file and I changed the install prefix inside that file. None of this is the errors that we're getting. Because this, like, there's nothing in here that really explains how to use it as a statically linked thing. I don't know. I can change C out to Sierra and return false in trace function. The trace function only matters if I'm linking it up to my own tracer. So like this here doesn't do anything. From what I know. Backtrace, nothing. There. And the function below it. But it's got it has nothing to do with the actual Jolt code and stuff like that. It's to do with like how it's being compiled and how we're moving it in and doing it as a statically linked thing. Like, so all of this isn't gonna exit. GDB build main run. No BT. Nothing. There's no extra information because that stuff isn't actually hooked up to anything. G'day, Misty. How you doing? G'day to you. Yeah. We're trying, Lua. We're trying. There goes Raylib. The Raylib side of things is going fine. The Jolt side of things is not. So, I believe I found the bone constraint method I want for hair flow. Now to spend weeks doing tasks that should take me a day. Unfortunate. This is code that crashes, and after this message, it should display defines that need to be defined when building your game. Right, so maybe I think I know what the issue is. I think in here we need to specify double precision. Is that right? There. So I think we need that specifically for these where we have the underscore R. I think that's indicating double precision. I think. No. Object layer bits, floating point exceptions, platform deterministic. Doesn't report it. You can probably also use this on armor. Yeah, I could see that. So that still doesn't work. And it doesn't tell me what I need to have specified there. I'm basically just guessing at this point. It would be helpful if under here it actually like said what was needed. I'm gonna deal with this tomorrow. Because it's just not happening for my brain. And we've got ads coming in, and for some reason, they ain't letting me snooze things. They're being shit. Yeah, I need to get to bed. This is annoying me. So, bedtime for me. In 10 hours, I'll be back and we'll try to get this working. Try to get this working tomorrow in 10 hours. Well, 10 hours from now, we'll try to get it working. Alright? They took those snooze. They took the snooze, those brats? Yeah, they did. Alright. Thank you for all the help tonight, Orchrus. It is much appreciated. I'm just frustrated at this not working. So, have a good one all. Good night, you gidunts.